the silent dreams.
Close your eyes now. Let the weight of the day fall away from you, as though you have just stepped in from the rain, and the damp coat is off, and the door is shut behind you, and the warmth of inside is beginning, slowly and completely, to replace the cold you carried in from the street. That feeling, right now, the warmth arriving. Let it come. Tonight we go to London. Not the London of spectacle, not the great bridges, not the towers, not the broad avenues that the empire has laid out to impress itself. We go to a smaller London, the London of narrow streets and particular doorways, of gas lamps reflected in wet cobblestones, of the city at the hour when it has given up its performance and become simply itself, a very old place, full of very particular smells, breathing quietly in the rain. The year is 1891. The month is November, which in London is not a month so much as a state of being. Grey, damp, close, the sky perpetually the colour of old pewter, the streets perpetually wet, the air perpetually carrying that specific London smell of coal smoke and river and horse and stone that visitors find overwhelming, and residents have long since stopped noticing the way you stop noticing the smell of your own house. The hour is late, past 10. The respectable city has gone to bed or is going, the last of the theatre crowds have dispersed from the Strand, the coffee houses are closing, the lamplighters have done their work and retreated. What remains on the streets at this hour is the permanent London, the night watchmen, the late cabs, the cats, and the rain. Always in November, the rain. You are in a cab. Not a motor cab, those are barely yet a rumour in 1891. A foreign eccentricity, nothing serious. A hansom cab, two-wheeled, horse-drawn, the driver perched impossibly above and behind you on his high seat, your legs enclosed in the small dark interior. The sound of the horse's hooves on wet cobblestones coming to you as a rhythm, clop, 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 steady and unhurried. The horse knowing the streets the way horses know things, without thinking about them. The cab window is small and slightly fogged with your breath. Through it, London moves past in the way London moves past a cab window at night, not in continuous panorama but in fragments, each gas lamp illuminating a small circle of the world and leaving the rest in darkness, so that you see a doorstep here, a shop front there, a figure hurrying under an umbrella, a cat on a wall, a pile of market refuse not yet collected, all of it briefly lit and then lost again. The rain on the cab roof makes its own music. Not loud, a handsome cab roof is wooden, not tin, and the rain on wood has a softer, more intimate sound than the sharp percussion of rain on metal. It is more like a murmur, more like a continuous, gentle conversation between water and wood that requires no response from you, that will continue regardless of whether you are listening. You listen anyway. The rain murmurs. The horse's hooves mark time on the wet street. Your destination is a street you would not find on most maps of London, or rather, it is on the maps, but so small, so narrow, so far from anything that tourists come to see, that it goes largely unremarked. Wren Street, named perhaps for the great architect, though no one in the neighbourhood is certain of this, and the name may equally derive from some long-forgotten resident named Wren, or from the small birds that nest in the eaves of the older buildings on its north side. Wren Street runs between two rather larger streets in the neighbourhood of Holborn, cutting diagonally through what was once a medieval lane, and has been, since, built over and rebuilt, and built over again, each generation adding its layer to the palimpsest, so that the street today contains buildings from 4 different centuries, without any of them seeming particularly remarkable for the company they keep. At the far end of Wren Street, the eastern end, where the lane bends slightly and narrows to barely the width of 2 people passing, there is a shop. The cab is taking you there now. Let your breathing slow as the cab moves through the city. In and out. The rain on the roof. The horse on the stones. You are being carried, as you have been carried all evening, as you were carried through Ashenmore and across the Irish Sea to Dunmore Head, by something that knows the way. You do not need to navigate. You do not need to watch the streets or remember the turnings. The horse knows. The driver knows. Wren Street knows you are coming. Let your body grow heavy in the cab seat. Let your hands rest in your lap. Let your eyes, watching the gaslit fragments of London pass by, grow soft and softer still. The cab slows. You have arrived. Before we enter the shop, and we will enter, the door is unlocked. There is a light within. Let us stand for a moment on the pavement of Wren Street and let London speak. Because London at this hour has things to say that it cannot say in the daytime, when the noise and the crowds and the business of the city drown out the quieter frequencies. At 10 past 10 on a November night, with the main streets largely emptied and the rain continuing its steady work, London becomes communicative in a different register. The smell first. You already know the broad outline of it, the coal smoke, the river, the horse, the stone. But standing here on this particular pavement, you can resolve it into its components the way a musician can hear individual instruments within a chord. The coal smoke comes from the chimney of the building directly behind you, a rooming house, its occupants banked down for the night, their fires not quite out, sending up thin wisps of grey smoke that the rain flattens almost immediately. The river smell comes from the east. The Thames is perhaps half a mile away, carrying the cold mineral smell of a large river in November, a smell that is neither pleasant nor unpleasant, but simply massive, the smell of a thing too large to be reduced to an adjective. And beneath all of that, the street itself, wet stone, old stone, stone that has absorbed 200 years of London weather and London use, and is giving it back now in the damp air, a smell that is ancient and immediate at once, the smell of a city that has been here a very long time and knows it. The gas lamp on the corner of Wren Street gives it small yellowish light. Gas lamps in 1891 are not the crisp white light of later illumination. They have a warmth to them, a slight amber cast, and they flicker very faintly in the breeze, the flame within the glass doing its small dance. The lamp casts a circle of light perhaps 10 feet in diameter, and beyond that circle, darkness. The darkness of a November London side street at night is a very particular kind of darkness, not the total darkness of the countryside, because the city is never entirely without light, but a darkness that is full of the shapes of buildings, of doorways, of the occasional figure moving at the edge of vision, all of them rendered in shades of dark grey and darker grey rather than true black. A cat crosses the street ahead of you, unhurried, certain of its right to the pavement. It is a large tabby, and it moves with the authority of a creature that has been using this street at this hour since before you arrived and will continue to use it after you are gone. It does not look at you. You are irrelevant to the cat. The cat is occupied with cat business, which is its own business entirely and nothing to do with yours. From somewhere further along the street, not far, a few doors, comes the smell of something cooking. Not a restaurant smell, not a commercial smell, but the private smell of a household kitchen still at work. Something with onions, something with stock. Whoever is cooking this late is cooking for themselves, or for someone they love, or for the morning, filling a pot before bed so that tomorrow begins with the meal already half-made. This is the most human smell in the world, the smell of someone, somewhere nearby, taking care. Above the rooftops, and London rooftops at night are their own landscape, a skyline of chimney stacks and slates and the occasional decorative parapet, all of it softened by the rain and the darkness into something almost rural, almost peaceful. Above the rooftops, the sky is not black but a deep brownish amber. London's own light, reflected off the cloud ceiling, giving the night sky the color of very old paper, of candle wax, of autumn leaves in their last days. It is a light that belongs only to cities, and only to certain cities, and only to this one at this hour. You have stood in this light before, whether in this city or another, have stood at this hour in this particular quality of urban night, before you went inside, before you closed a door behind you. Before the warmth and the quiet of inside replaced the cold and the noise of out. This is the last moment of the outside. After this, in. Look once more at the street. The rain on the cobblestones making its 10,000 small circles, each one expanding and overlapping and disappearing, the whole surface of the street in constant gentle motion. The gas lamp doing its amber work. The cat, now vanished. The rooftop skyline against its amber sky. The sound of a single set of footsteps somewhere distant, moving away, fading. The city breathing. Old and large and entirely indifferent to you in the most comforting way, the way all large old things are indifferent. The city does not need your attention. It has been here since the Romans and will be here long after, doing what cities do, accumulating, changing, forgetting, remembering, spreading outward and growing upward, and occasionally burning down, and being rebuilt on the same foundations by the next generation who find they cannot imagine living anywhere else. You are a very small figure on a very old street in a very large city. And the door of the apothecary is right there. Go in. The door of J. Pemberton and Son, pharmaceutical chemist, does not look like a door that should be unlocked at this hour, but it is. The sign in the window, hand-lettered on a card, reads, "By appointment and by necessity any hour." This is an old-fashioned practice, the kind that belongs to a different era of medicine, when the apothecary was also the doctor, also the counselor, also the person you came to when there was nowhere else to go. Most chemist shops in London in 1891 keep regular hours and close at 8. J. Pemberton and Son is not most chemist shops. The door is dark wood narrow, with a brass handle worn bright by generations of hands. Above it, a sign in gold lettering on black, established 1843. The window to the left of the door shows, in the lamplight from within, the customary large glass carbies of coloured liquid that Victorian pharmaceutical chemists display as a kind of emblem, one filled with red liquid, one with blue, one with an amber that is almost the colour of the gas lamp outside. They glow. They are very beautiful. You push the door. A bell rings above it, not a loud bell, a small one, a brass bell on a curved spring that rings once, gently, and then falls silent. The sound of it is swallowed almost immediately by the interior of the shop, which has a quality of absorbing sound the way good libraries absorb sound, the way rooms full of soft and porous materials absorb sound, warmly, completely, without echo. The smell reaches you before anything else. It is the smell of the apothecary. There is no other smell quite like it. It is a compound smell, a layered smell, the accumulated olfactory consequence of 50 years of this particular shop dispensing and compounding and storing its particular inventory. The base notes are old wood and dust, and something mineral, the stone floor perhaps, or the plaster of the walls, very old plaster that has absorbed 50 years of the shop's atmosphere into itself. Above that, herbs. Many herbs, dried and stored in the wooden drawers that line 3 walls from floor to ceiling, each drawer labelled in small copperplate writing, lavender, valerian, chamomile, lemon balm, hops, skullcap, passion flower, dozens more. Each herb has its own smell, but together they create something unified, something that is simply the smell of dried botanical medicine, the smell of plants preserved at the moment of their potency. And above even that, something sharper, something chemical. The back room from which this sharper note drifts through an half-open door is where the compounding happens, where the raw materials become medicines, where chemistry is applied with care and knowledge to the task of helping people feel better. This smell is not unpleasant. It is the smell of intention, of someone doing something useful with their knowledge. You stand in the doorway and you breathe it in. All of it. The wood and the dust and the herbs and the chemistry. The smell of a place that has spent 50 years being carefully itself, doing one thing well, making no apology for what it is. Shop is dim. One lamp burns on the counter, an oil lamp, not gas, with a green glass shade identical to the lamp in the clockmaker's workshop in Ashcroft. Its light falls on the counter's surface, on the brass scales sitting at one end, on the ledger open beside them, on the pen resting in its holder. Beyond the light, the shelves of drawers climb upward into dimness, their labels barely readable, their brass handles catching the lamplight in small repeated gleams all the way up to the ceiling. The ceiling is low, lower than you expected, because the building is old enough to have ceilings from a time when people were shorter and rooms were heated with more difficulty, and every cubic foot of air had to earn its warmth. The wooden beams of the ceiling are dark with age, their edges softened by generations of whitewash applied over whitewash, building up layers like geological strata. Everything in this shop is old. Everything in this shop has been used so many times by so many hands that it has taken on the character of something natural rather than something made. The wooden counter worn smooth at its edges, the floorboards dipping slightly in the places where feet most often fall, the labels on the drawers, the oldest ones written in a different hand than the newer ones, the grandfather's hand, presumably the original J. Pemberton, the one who established all of this in 1843. And at the counter, bent over the ledger, making a note in small, careful writing, the apothecary. The apothecary's name is Elena Pemberton. She is 43 years old, the granddaughter of the original J. Pemberton, though the sign has never been updated to reflect this, partly from sentiment, partly from the practical recognition that a woman's name above a pharmaceutical chemist's door in 1891 would cause some customers to look elsewhere. And Elena has no patience for customers who would look elsewhere for that reason, but considerable patience for almost everything else. She is not tall. She has dark hair going grey at the temples, cut practically short and pinned simply. She wears a dark dress with a white collar, and over it a work apron of heavy cotton, the kind that reaches from shoulder to below the knee and has deep pockets. The pockets contain, at any given moment, a small notebook, a pencil, a measuring glass she forgot to put down, and a sprig of something dried that she picked up while checking the herb drawers and has been carrying around since without noticing. She looks up when the bell rings. She does not look surprised. She does not look annoyed at the late hour. She looks simply as though you are the next thing on a list of things she is doing, and she is glad to arrive at you. "Come in properly," she says. "Don't stand in the door." Her voice is Londoner, not broad, not performing, simply the voice of someone who grew up in this city and absorbed its particular cadences without thinking about it. Efficient without being unfriendly, direct without being sharp. You come in properly, the door closes behind you, the bell rings once more softly, and then the shop is sealed, the November rain outside reduced to a murmur, the city to a suggestion, and in here, warmth and the smell of dried herbs and the quiet. "Late night," she says, not a question, an observation, a small courtesy, an acknowledgement that you have come a long way through the rain to be here. She closes the ledger and sets the pen down. "Sit, if you like." There is a chair beside the counter, a plain wooden chair, the kind that every Victorian shop of this type seems to keep for customers who need to sit down, for the elderly, the unwell, the faint, the people who have come in not just for a remedy, but because they needed somewhere to be for a moment. The chair is placed at a slight angle, neither too close to the counter to feel interrogative nor too far to feel abandoned. It has been placed this way deliberately by someone who thought about what it would feel like to sit in it. "You sit." Elena Pemberton moves behind the counter with the quiet efficiency of someone in their native element. She does not bustle. There is nothing of the bustler about her. She moves in the way people move when they are entirely at home, when the space around them is so completely known that navigation through it requires no conscious thought, when hands find things without eyes needing to direct them. She fills a small glass from a brown bottle, water, it seems just water, and sets it on the counter in front of you. This too is deliberate. You notice, without being entirely sure how, that she has given you water because she saw that you needed it. And that she did this without making anything of it, without the performance of hospitality, simply as one person noting the needs of another and addressing them. The shop settles around you. The lamp on the counter burns its steady oil lamp burn. The brass scales reflect it. The rows of labeled drawers climb to the ceiling in their orderly ranks. Somewhere in the back, the half-open door to the compounding room shows a thin line of brighter light, Someone else is at work back there, or was recently, or will be. The rain outside has settled into a steady rhythm on the pavement, on the window glass, on the carbos in the window. You can see the drops running down the outside of the red one, the blue one, the amber one, each drop catching the lamplight from within as it descends, each one a brief and tiny illuminated thing before it reaches the sill and disappears. You hold the glass of water. It is cool, completely, simply cool. The weight of it in your hand is very precise, not heavy, not light, exactly what it is. You take a sip. Water. Cool, clean, precise water. One of the oldest and most reliable things. You're tired, says Elena Pemberton, not looking up from the small task she has moved to, sorting something at the far end of the counter, her hands busy with the automatic sorting of a person whose hands are always busy. Not the usual kind, the deep kind. She does not explain what she means by this distinction. She does not need to. You know right now exactly what she means. The difference between the tiredness of a long day and the tiredness of a long time, the accumulated tiredness of sustained effort and sustained attention, and the carrying of things that are heavy but necessary to carry. That's what we are here for, she says simply, and turns her attention to the herb drawers. The drawers. Elena opens the first one with the ease of long practice, slides it out on its smooth wooden runners, and looks at its contents with the attention of someone reading a familiar text. Inside, dried lavender in bundles tied with thin string, the flowers still holding their color, a dusty purple, a little faded, but present. The smell of it, released by the opening of the drawer, reaches you immediately. Lavender. You know this smell. Everyone knows this smell, even if they cannot immediately name it. It lives in some very old part of the memory, associated with things clean and calm and carefully kept, with the dried flowers in a grandmother's wardrobe, with the pillows of sick rooms tended with great care, with the fields of it in the south of France that people who have seen them never quite stop talking about. It is one of the oldest remedies available to human beings. Long before the word pharmacy existed, before the word medicine existed in its current sense, people were using lavender for sleep and anxiety and the general distress of being a nervous creature in an uncertain world. The Romans used it. The Egyptians used it. Everyone, across every culture that has encountered the plant, seems to have arrived at the same conclusion. This helps. Sleep comes more easily with this smell. Elena sets a small bundle on the counter without ceremony. She does not explain why. She simply sets it there and moves to the next drawer. Valerian. The smell of valerian is not beautiful. This should be said plainly. Valerian smells of something between old socks and earth. Not an offensive smell once you know what it is, but not the sweet, simple loveliness of lavender. And yet valerian has been used for sleep and for the quieting of anxious minds for 2,000 years. The smell is the medicine, in a way, or rather, the same compounds that produce the smell are the same compounds that, taken properly, help the nervous system find its way to rest. The Romans called it foo, which may tell you something about their opinion of the smell. They used it anyway. Elena closes the valerian drawer and moves along the wall of drawers. Chamomile, this one you know from cups of tea taken before bed, from the sweetish, apple-adjacent smell of the dried flowers, from the pale gold of chamomile water in a white cup. The smell is friendlier than valerian, less ancient-seeming than lavender, more domestic, more everyday. Chamomile is the remedy that believes in the small and the repeated, a cup each evening, the habit itself as much as the herb, the ritual of making the tea and sitting with it and drinking it slowly before sleep. Lemon balm. The drawer opens and the smell is bright, lemon-scented, yes, but herbal too, a green brightness underneath the citrus note. Lemon balm grows in gardens, in the cracks of walls, along the edges of paths, finding the light wherever it can. It has been used since antiquity for anxiety and sleep, and its smell carries something of its character, alive, findable, present even in difficult conditions. Hops, the ingredient that makes beer bitter, is also dried and placed in a pillow, one of the oldest sleep remedies known. The smell is sharp, green, slightly bitter, entirely itself. Hot pillows were used in English cottages for centuries before anyone understood why they worked. They worked. That was enough. Elena lines each small bundle on the counter in a quiet row. She has not asked you what you need. She seems to know, in the way of someone who has spent 20 years watching people come through the door of a pharmacy at all hours and has learned to read what they carry with them and what they lack. What you carry, the accumulated weight of the day. What you lack, rest. These, she says, gesturing to the row of bundles without looking up, are for tonight, not a compound, nothing complicated, just the smell of them in a room while you sleep. She begins to wrap them, unhurriedly, in small squares of paper, folding the corners with the same precise, automatic care as everything else she does. You watch her hands. The hands of a person who has done this 10,000 times, each time with the same attention, as though the 10,000th time is as worthy of care as the first. The rain on the windows. The lamp on the counter. The smell of chamomile and lavender and lemon balm in the warm air of the shop. Your own breathing, which has slowed, you notice, since you came in, since the warmth replaced the cold, since the smell of the herbs reached you, since you sat in this particular chair that someone placed at this particular angle for exactly this purpose. You are already more than halfway towards sleep. You simply haven't arrived yet. Elena takes the lamp from the counter, lifting it with one hand in the practiced way of someone who carries lamps often, who knows their weight and their heat and their particular demands, and gestures with it toward the back of the shop. Come and see the rest of it, she says, while I finish the evening's work. You follow her. Through the half-open door, through the compounding room, which we will return to, and through another door beyond it into a room that has no window and no direct light, except the lamp Elena carries. This is the herb room. It's smaller than the shop, low-ceilinged, almost oppressively low until your eyes adjust, and the space begins to feel not claustrophobic but intimate, like the interior of a ship's cabin, like a room that knows exactly what it is for and has organized itself accordingly. The ceiling is strung with drying herbs, bundles of them hanging upside down from hooks and from a wooden rack suspended by chains, all at various stages of drying. Some are new, still green, their smell immediate and strong. Others are midway through, beginning to crisp at the edges, their color shifting from bright to muted. Others are fully dried, papery, light, their essential oils concentrated by weeks of slow drying into a potency far greater than the fresh plant possesses. The smell in the herb room is extraordinary. Not overwhelming, not the aggressive smell of a perfume counter or a florist's cold room, something more complex than that. Each herb contributes its note, and together they create something that is less a smell than an atmosphere, less an atmosphere than a condition. The air in this room does something to you as you breathe it. It is not imagination. These are real plants with real chemical constituents, and breathing air full of their concentrated vapors has a measurable effect on the nervous system. Your nervous system is receiving this effect now. Your shoulders are lower than they were. Your jaw is unclenched. Your breathing is deeper and slower, and your chest moves with it more freely than it has all day. Elena hangs the lamp on a hook and moves through the hanging herbs with the ease of someone walking through a familiar crowd, touching this bundle and that one, checking their progress with fingers that know what dry feels like and what almost dry feels like and what needs another week. Valerian needs another week, she says, touching a large bundle of pale roots. Lavender's ready. She unties a bundle, breaks off a small sprig, holds it up. In the lamplight, the dried flowers are still faintly purple, the color of a bruise healing. She holds it toward you. You take it. It is lighter than you expect, as dried things always are, as though the drying has removed not just the water, but the substance of the weight, as though what remains is a concentrated essence of something, the plant distilled to its most essential form. The smell in your hand is very close now. You stand in the herb room and breathe. Lavender. Chamomile from the other side of the room, the large bundles of it, the dried flowers yellow-white in the lamplight. Lemon balm, bright even in its dried state, a green note cutting through the sweeter smells. Something you cannot identify, something deep and slightly resinous, coming from a bundle near the ceiling, dark-stalked, fully dried. You will not ask. It does not matter. Whatever it is part of this room's compound atmosphere, and the compound atmosphere is doing its work. You think, standing here, of all the people who have come to places like this, to rooms like this, filled with dried plants and their ancient chemistry, for as long as human beings have had places to go when they could not sleep, when their nerves would not settle, when the weight of the world had accumulated to the point where they could not simply lie down and rest. For as long as there have been people, there have been plants. And for almost as long as there have been people, there have been other people who knew which plants to use for which condition, who kept the knowledge and kept the plants and kept the door unlocked, as Elena keeps hers at any hour. You are part of a very long line of tired people who found their way, eventually, to a room like this, who breathed air like this, who then, eventually, slept. At the back of the compounding room, which you have passed through twice now without quite attending to it, there is a window. A small window, its glass old and slightly wavy, looking out not onto Wren Street, but onto the narrow court behind the building, an enclosed space where the building's waste heat collects, and the rain falls without anywhere to go, and the sounds of the city arrive diminished, indirect, already half absorbed by the surrounding walls. Elena has settled at the compounding bench. She is not working now, the evening's work is done, or nearly. She has her own cup of something set on the corner of the bench, and she looks at the window. Through it, the court. Through the court, nothing visible, just darkness, and the rain on the glass itself. Rain on old wavy glass does something unusual. It does not run straight down, as rain runs on flat glass. It follows the slight irregularities of the surface, this slight depression, that small ridge, finding its own particular path down each pane, so that no two drops follow quite the same route, and the patterns of descent are different on every pane and different each time it rains. You watch the rain on the glass. There is a practice, not formally named, not part of any tradition that uses words like mindfulness or meditation, simply a thing that certain people discover independently when they are very tired and not yet asleep, and looking for somewhere to rest their attention, of watching something move that moves slowly and without urgency and without requiring anything of the watcher. Rain on glass is one of the best things for this. Each drop, its path, the way it catches what little light exists and holds it briefly, a moving point of brightness, before it reaches the bottom of the pane and merges with the pooled water on the sill and becomes indistinguishable. Each drop complete in itself. Each path unrepeatable. Outside in the court, the rain on the stone flags of the ground. The sound of it, not the sharp, clean sound of rain on a paved London street. The court is old enough that its flags are uneven, slightly sunken in places, and the rain in the hollow places makes a different sound than the rain on the raised places. A lower, wetter sound. The sound of water finding the small geography of the ground and mapping it with sound. London is full of places like this court. Behind every street, down every alley, through every arch, a city within the city, made of yards and courts and passages and gardens and service entrances, invisible from the main streets, known only to the people who live and work in the buildings around them. This court has been here since the 17th century. The building on its north side, backing onto Wren Street, was built in 1690. The one on its east side in 1740. The one on its west, where you now are, in 1843, the year the apothecary was established. Together they form an enclosure that has its own microclimate, its own acoustics, its own particular quality of light and dark and rain. The rain in this court tonight is the same rain that falls on the whole city, but here, enclosed, it sounds like its own private rain. Elena drinks from her cup. Whatever is in it, chamomile, almost certainly, the smell is recognizable even from across the room. She drinks it with the deliberate, attending pleasure of someone who has made this same cup, in this same room, at this same hour for many years, and has not yet stopped finding it good. The rain will last the night, she says. November rain. She says this not as a complaint, as a fact, as an expression of familiarity with November, with London, with the rain that belongs to both. Elena Pemberton has spent 43 Novembers in this city. She knows its rain. The rain will last the night. This is, right now, the most comforting sentence imaginable. You do not have to go out in it. You do not have to do anything with it. It will simply last the night, doing what November rain does, washing the city's surfaces, filling its gutters, running along its rooftops, and down its drain pipes into the sewers, and eventually into the Thames, and eventually into the sea, all without any assistance from you. You watch the drops on the glass. One drop following its particular path, catching the light briefly, gone. Another. The compounding room is the heart of the apothecary. If the shop is the face that Pemberton and Son presents to the world, the labelled drawers, the brass scales, the coloured carbines in the window, then the compounding room is where the actual work happens. And the work is chemistry, the transformation of raw materials into specific preparations, tinctures, infusions, salves, powders, pills, each one made to a formula that has been tested by use over time, each one intended to do something precise and helpful to a human body in distress. The room is perhaps 12 feet by 10. Its walls are shelves, as the shop's walls are shelves, but these shelves hold bottles rather than drawers, bottles of every size, from tiny vials of a few milliliters to large stock bottles of half a liter or more, each one labeled with the same small copperplate hand that labels the drawers in the shop. The labels are white, slightly yellowed at the edges, some of them so old the ink has faded to a gentle brown. Tincture of valerian, spirit of lavender. Compound infusion of chamomile, extract of passion flower, extract of hops, oil of melissa, each one with its date of preparation, its strength, its intended use written in small letters below the main label. The bench that runs along one wall is scrubbed wood, white wood, pale from decades of scrubbing, its surface marked in the particular way of a work surface that has been used by careful, precise hands. A slight discoloration here where something spilled long ago and was cleaned before it could set, but left a memory anyway. There, a series of concentric ring marks where the base of a glass vessel rests most often. At the far end, a roughening where a mortar has been used thousands of times on this precise spot. The tools of the compounding room are laid out with the orderliness of instruments, a set of glass measuring cylinders in graduated sizes, all aligned, all clean. A ceramic mortar and its pestle, worn smooth at the contact surfaces. A set of scales more precise than the ones on the counter, a balanced scale, its pans hanging level, used for weights too small for the larger instrument. A glass stirring rod, a filtering funnel, a rack of empty bottles in two sizes, waiting to be filled. Elena moves to the bench and begins, not a complex task, the evening work is done, simply a final small thing, the making of an infusion that will sit overnight and be ready in the morning. She measures dried lemon balm into the ceramic mortar and works it briefly with the pestle, not grinding it, not reducing it to powder, simply bruising it slightly to release the oils. The smell brightens immediately. Then she tips the bruised herb into a glass vessel, pours measured water over it, covers it with a glass plate, sets it aside. Done. 3 minutes of work, the last of the evening. She wipes her hands on a cloth and looks at the infusion sitting in its vessel. Satisfied with it, in the quiet way of a person whose satisfaction in their work is not expressed in words or in any particular performance, but simply in the body's ease, the unclenching of purpose, the settling that follows a thing properly done. You think of all the preparations that have been made in this room. Since 1843, in this room, by the original J. Pemberton and whoever he taught, and Alina's father who followed, and Alina herself for 20 years, an almost unbroken chain of chemistry in service of sleep and comfort, and the quieting of nervous systems that the city has set jangling. London makes its people nervous. It has always done this. The noise, the pace, the density of human beings, the perpetual demand of a city that never entirely stops, all of it accumulates in the nervous system of the people who live within it, and the accumulated nervousness has to go somewhere. It comes here. Through the door on Wren Street, at any hour, in November rain, the people come. The woman who cannot sleep, the man whose anxiety has become unbearable, the elderly person whose nights have become long and wakeful, the young person, new to the city, overwhelmed. They sit in the chair beside the counter. They receive the water and the calm competence of Alina's attention and the smell of the herb room and whatever preparation she makes for them. And they sleep. You will sleep too. Not yet, not quite yet, but soon. The work of this room has already begun. The lemon balm infusion sitting in its glass vessel in the lamplight, already releasing its compounds into the water that covers it. The smell of it joining the general atmosphere of the compounding room, reaching you, working on you gently, without announcement, in the way that good chemistry always works, not dramatically, not with any fanfare, simply by doing what it does. Your eyelids are heavier than they were. Your thoughts are slower. The rain is still at the window. Alina has turned down the lamp slightly, not off, just lower, the room dimmer and warmer now, the bottles on the shelves casting longer shadows. You breathe. The lemon balm breathes. There is one more room. Alina carries a smaller lamp, a hand lamp, a candle lamp, something you might carry through a dark house at night, and leads you through a door at the back of the compounding room that you had not previously noticed. Behind it, stairs, not grand stairs. Back stairs, steep and narrow, the kind of stairs that a building of this age and type always contains, the servants' stairs, the working stairs, the stairs that were never meant to be seen. At the top, a storeroom. The upper floor of the Pemberton building has not been a living space for many years. Since Alina's father moved the family to a proper house in Islington, the upper floors have been given over to storage. The storeroom is large, the full width of the building, its ceiling higher than the rooms below because this is the attic floor, and attic floors in Victorian buildings sometimes have a generous ceiling height and sometimes do not, and this one does. The smell here is different from the shop below, different from the herb room, different from the compounding room. Older, drier, the smell of a room that is used for keeping things rather than working with them, cardboard boxes, wooden crates, the slight must of paper that has been stored for a long time, the mineral smell of old brick and old timber. Along the walls, stock, cases of bottles bought in quantity from the glass manufacturers and waiting to be used, parcels of paper for wrapping, boxes of labels printed in advance, a set of wooden drawers, spare, for when the drawers in the shop below need replacing. A collection of objects that have no current use, but were once essential, an old dispensing scale, replaced by a better one, an early version of the ceramic mortar, its bowl cracked but not entirely unusable, a set of glass vessels of a type no longer preferred but not yet discarded. And against the far wall, beneath the sloping section of ceiling where the roof falls at its steepest angle, the archive. The Pemberton archive is not called that by Alina, who simply calls it the old records. But it is, in its way, an archive, 50 years of the apothecary's ledgers, stacked in chronological order, the oldest on the left and the most recent on the right, their spines labelled in the same copperplate hand that labels everything in this building. 1843-1845, 1846-1848, and so on, year by year, volume by volume, to the current decade. Alina sets the hand lamp on a crate, and stands for a moment looking at the archive. She is not reading it. She is simply regarding it in the way that people sometimes regard the accumulated evidence of a long effort, with a mixture of feelings that does not resolve into a single simple emotion. My grandfather started these, she says. First entry, January the 3rd, 1843. Opened the premises. First customer at 9 in the morning. A Mrs. Catherine Webb of Furnival's Inn, seeking a preparation for nervous sleeplessness. Compounded an infusion of chamomile and lemon balm with tincture of valerian. She returned a week later to report improvement. Elena recites this from memory. She has read the first entry many times. Mrs. Catherine Webb of Furnival's Inn. She came on the 3rd of January in 1843, through whatever that January offered in the way of cold and fog in London at the opening of a new year, through whatever Wren Street was then, not so different from Wren Street now, probably the same narrow lane between two larger streets, the same gas lamps giving their amber circle of light, the same damp cobblestones, and she sat, presumably, in whatever chair then stood beside the counter. And she received whatever the original J. Pemberton compounded for her. And she returned a week later to report improvement. The archive holds 50 years of these returns, of improvement reported or not, of people who came back and people who did not, and the difference between those two kinds of not coming back, of the gradual accumulation of knowledge, what works for whom, what combination of herbs and compounds addresses what particular presentation of sleeplessness or anxiety or the jangled nerves of a city life. All of it is in those ledgers. And all of it comes back to the same basic truth that Mrs. Catherine Webb discovered on the 3rd of January in 1843, and that you are discovering now, in this room, at this hour, in the lamplight, with the smell of the shop rising up through the floorboards and reaching you even here. Rest is possible. It always has been. It was possible for Mrs. Webb in 1843, and it is possible for you tonight. You are not the first person to be this tired. You are not the first person to need this. You are part of a long, continuous, entirely ordinary line of people who found their way, eventually, to a room that offered them what they needed. And found it. Elena picks up the lamp. The archive recedes into shadow. The storeroom recedes. The stairs wait, and the compounding room, and the herb room, and the shop with its labelled drawers, and its brass scales, and its 3-coloured carboys glowing in the window. But you do not need to go back through all of that. You are already almost there. Already in the other place. The place that waits at the end of every evening. There is a room above the storeroom that you did not see on the way up. A room that Elena has prepared without saying so, the way certain people prepare things without announcement because the preparation itself is the care, and the announcement would diminish it. A simple room, a bed, an iron bed with a deep mattress, the sheets clean and slightly cool, the blankets heavy, the pillow receiving. You are in this room now. You are lying down. How you came to be here, whether Elena led you, whether you simply found yourself here the way one finds oneself in certain places in dreams, without the intermediate steps of going from one place to another, does not matter. You are here. The bed is real, and it is holding you, and it is entirely yours for the night. The smell of the shop rises through the building. Not strongly, the building absorbs it and moderates it, so that what reaches you here is not the full intensity of the herb room, but a suggestion of it, a ghost of it, just enough. Lavender, chamomile. Lemon balm, the compound that the room below has been building for 50 years, released now very gently into the air of the whole building, reaching even this room at the top. You breathe it in, out, in. The rain on the roof of the building is close now. You are at the top of the building, and the roof is just above you. The slates just above the rafters, just above the plaster, just above where you lie. The rain on slates is a different sound than the rain on a cab roof, different than the rain on the window glass downstairs, different than the rain on the cobblestones of Wren Street. It is a broader sound, a more general sound, a sound that covers the whole of the building's upper surface and fills this room with a continuous soft percussion that has no particular rhythm, no pattern to follow or analyze, simply a presence. The rain is here. The rain is doing what rain does. You are inside. Elena is downstairs. You can hear very faintly the sound of her moving through the shop, the small sounds of closing up for the night, of the lamp on the counter being turned down, of a drawer checked, a bolt drawn. These sounds travel up through the building the way sounds travel in old buildings, through the floorboards and the walls and the structure itself, arriving diminished and softened and entirely unthreatening. She is doing the last things of the day. She is competent and careful and unhurried. Everything that needs attending to is being attended to. You do not need to attend to anything. The November rain on the roof of the apothecary on Wren Street in London in 1891. The smell of dried herbs rising through the old building. The weight of the blankets. The cool, then warming sheets. The darkness of a room at the top of a building on a street that most maps do not trouble to show, in a city that is 4,000 years old and entirely indifferent to whether you are awake or asleep, that will continue being itself regardless, that does not require your attention to survive the night. Let go of the last thing. You know what it is. The thing you have been carrying since this morning, the thing that was there when you woke and that you carried all day, and that came with you into the cab and through the rain and into the shop and up through the herb room and the compounding room and the storeroom and up here to this room at the top of the building. Set it down. Right here on the floor beside the bed. It will wait. It will be there in the morning, exactly as you left it, not changed, not worsened, not better, simply there, patient as everything is patient when you are asleep and cannot attend to it. Set it down. The rain. The herbs. Elena, downstairs, turning the last key in the last lock. The building settling around you, the old Victorian brick and timber doing what old buildings do at night, adjusting, releasing the stresses of the day, becoming very slightly more itself in the dark and the quiet. You breathe. Lavender, chamomile, lemon balm and rain. And the city, enormous and old and entirely taken care of, turning outside on its ancient foundations, doing what it has always done, what it will always do, requiring nothing from you, offering you simply this, a room, a bed, a closed door, the smell of something that helps, the sound of rain that will last the night. The last breath. Out. And the next one comes on its own, as it always does. In. And you are there. You are in the country that belongs to you alone. The country where Elena does not follow, where the city does not follow, where November and rain and the weight of things do not follow. Where nothing follows, where everything simply is. Sleep. The herbs are working. The rain is on the roof. Elena has the night. All is well on Wren Street. All well. Stay, there is no hurry. Let me tell you more about the apothecary while you rest. In the morning that is still several hours away, on the other side of the November rain, Elena Pemberton will be the first person on Wren Street to have her lights on. Not because she rises early out of duty, but because she has always risen early, because her body settled long ago into a rhythm that belongs to her and not to any clock. She will come down from wherever she sleeps, a room adjacent to the storeroom, a small room with a skylight, and she will put the kettle on the range in the back room, and she will check the lemon balm infusion that has been sitting in its vessel all night, and she will find it ready. Ready means the water has taken on the color and the smell and the chemistry of the plant. Not dramatically, it will be a very pale golden color, the color of weak tea, nothing that announces itself. But it will have done its work during the night, the plant releasing into the water what the water can carry, the resulting liquid now carrying something that the water alone did not carry. She will filter it through cloth into a bottle. She will label the bottle. She will set it on the shelf with the others. This is the morning's first thing. Before the kettle is poured, before she eats or opens the shop or does anything else, the infusion is checked and filtered and bottled and labeled. This is what it means to have a practice, to have something that comes first, that grounds the day before the day has begun to assert itself. By 8 o'clock, the shop is open. The first customer arrives at 8:30, Mr. Aldous, a retired civil servant of 71 who has come every Tuesday for 3 years for his valerian tincture, which Elena makes in small batches so it is always fresh. Mr. Aldous and Elena discuss the rain for a few minutes, which is how Londoners begin most conversations in November, and then he pays his twopence and takes his bottle and goes. By mid-morning, the shop has had several more customers. A young woman, new to London, overwhelmed. A man who hasn't slept properly in weeks. A mother whose infant is unwell and who needs something for her own anxiety about it. Each of them sits in the chair beside the counter. Each of them receives Elena's full, unhurried attention. None of them know about each other. Each of them feels, for the duration of their time in the shop, that they are the only person Elena is attending to. This is the gift she gives. By the afternoon, the light in the small window of the shop will have changed. November afternoon light in London comes in low and grey and does not last long, and by 4 o'clock it is already fading. Elena will light the lamp on the counter. The 3 carbines in the window will begin their evening glow. The shop will become the warm, herb-smelling, amber-lit interior that it is every evening, ready for whoever comes. Some nights no one comes late, some nights several people. Tonight you came, and now you are asleep. And the shop continues below you, the herbs in their drawers, the bottles on their shelves, the scales at rest on the counter, all of it waiting in the dark, and the rain for tomorrow and the next customer, and the work that never quite ends, but also never quite overwhelms, because Elena has built her days to accommodate it and her nights to restore what the days take. She is, in this, a good model for what rest can be, not the absence of work, but the space that makes the work sustainable. Not a reward for effort, but a structure within which effort becomes possible over time, day after day, year after year, without consuming the person who does it. You understand this. You are practicing it now. Right now, in this room, at the top of this building, in this rain, in this city. Let the herbs do their work. Let the rain do its work. Let the dark do its work. Your only work is breathing. And breathing is not work at all. There is a chemistry to rest that the Victorians were beginning, in their careful empirical way, to understand, and that we understand better now, though the plants themselves understood it long before anyone studied them. When you breathe the volatile compounds of lavender, linalool, linaloyl acetate, the dozens of minor constituents that make lavender lavender, they enter the bloodstream through the lungs. They cross the blood-brain barrier. They act on the GABA receptors in the brain, the same receptors that some pharmaceutical sedatives act on, but more gently, more diffusely, without the sharpness of a synthetic compound. The effect is not sedation exactly. It is more like the removal of resistance. The nervous system, which has been running at a certain tension all day, finds that tension slightly eased. The muscles that have been held slightly too tight find they can release slightly more. The thoughts that have been circling with a certain urgency find that urgency slightly reduced. The resistance drops. Sleep, which has been waiting at the edge of consciousness the whole day, finds it easier to arrive. Chamomile contains a pygenin, which binds to benzodiazepine receptors in the brain, the same receptors involved in anxiety and sleeplessness. The binding is gentle, the effect mild, but for a nervous system that has been working all day and needs only the smallest invitation to rest. Mild is enough. Lemon balm contains rosmarinic acid and flavonoids that inhibit the breakdown of GABA in the brain, effectively extending the brain's own chemistry of calm. It has been used for anxiety and sleep since the Middle Ages. Every generation that has used it has confirmed what the previous generation found. It works. These are not magical effects. They are chemistry. They are the chemistry of plants that evolved in a world that also contained nervous mammals, that found over millions of years of evolution that producing these particular compounds helped the plants in various ecological ways, and also, incidentally, helped the mammals that encountered them, slowing them down, calming them, making sleep more likely. The plants did not intend to help you, but they do. The air of the room you are lying in carries traces of all of these compounds. Not at medicinal doses, you are at the top of a building above the herb room, not lying directly in the herb room itself, but traces. The accumulated trace of 50 years of these plants being kept in this building, their compounds released slowly into the air of every room, absorbed into the plaster and the wood and the old fabric of the building, released again in the warmth of a November night. Your nervous system is receiving these traces. Your GABA receptors are slightly activated. Your resistance has dropped. You are already most of the way there. The last thing the chemistry of rest requires is this, the cessation of effort. The brain cannot be forced into sleep. It can be invited. It can be given conditions that favor sleep. It can be offered the chemistry of calm and the quiet of dark and the weight of warmth and the sound of rain. And then it must be left alone. The trying is the last obstacle. The moment you stop trying, sleep comes. So stop. Stop now. Stop trying. Stop waiting. Stop listening for sleep. Let it find you the way it always finds you, not when you are looking for it, but when you have given up looking, when the attention has turned away, when the last effort has been laid down beside the last thought on the floor beside the bed. There it is. The rain, the herbs, the old building breathing. You breathing. One breath, and one more, and one. While you sleep, London does what London does at the deep hours. The Thames runs. It has been running since before London existed, before the Romans came and looked at the wide, slow river crossing the Essex marshes and decided this was a good place to build. And it will run after London has changed so completely that the name is the only thing connecting what is there then to what is here now. Tonight it runs full with rain. The November rains have raised it slightly, not dangerously, simply more than its summer self, moving with more authority along its course, carrying with it the sediment and the debris and the chemical traces of the city it passes through. The bridges stand over it. Blackfriars, Waterloo, Westminster, Hungerford, each one lit by its own gas lamps, their reflections broken into long yellow lines on the dark water below. A barge passes in the night, moving downstream toward the estuary, its single light at the bow making its small claim on the darkness. In the streets around Wren Street, in Holborn, in Clerkenwell, in the Inns of Court behind their gates, the particular quiet of a Victorian London night. Not silence. London is never silent, not at any hour, but a reduced version of itself, the city turned down from its daytime intensity to something more bearable, more human-scaled. A horse and cart somewhere carrying its night load, a watchman's footsteps, a cat, a raised voice from an upper window, and then quiet again. The gas lamps burn on their schedule, lit by the lamplighters in the early evening, and due to be extinguished by those same lamplighters at the approach of dawn. They know nothing about whether anyone is watching. They burn because that is what they do, each one making its circle of amber light on the wet pavement below, waiting for someone to walk through it, equally ready to cast its light on an empty street. In Wren Street itself, nothing moving. The carbies in the apothecary window glow dimly, catching some of the light from the gas lamp outside. the red one darker than it looks by day, the blue one almost black, the amber one still amber, holding its color in the dark better than the others. The shop is locked. Elena is upstairs. The brass scales on the counter are perfectly still. The label drawers are closed and their contents are resting, the lavender in its bundles, the chamomile in its clusters, the lemon balm pressed against itself in the dark, all of them simply being what they are, doing nothing, requiring nothing, available in the morning when morning comes. The rain on the cobblestones of Wren Street. The rain on the window of the room at the top of the building where you are asleep. The rain on all of London, this November night in 1891, on the rooftops of Mayfair and the slums of Whitechapel and the gardens of Kensington and the wharves of Wapping, falling equally on all of it with the impartial generosity of weather that does not distinguish between the addresses it visits. All of it, all of London, breathing, sleeping, turning under the rain. And you, already gone, already in the country that has no address and no weather and no November and no rain, that has nothing but the darkness of the deepest rest and the simple, complete fact of your body breathing in the dark. Already there. Sleep on. The city turns. The rain falls. Elena tends the night. The herbs breathe in their drawers. All well on Wren Street. All well. Let me tell you about a few more of the things in Elena's drawers. Not because you need to remember them, you don't need to remember anything tonight, but because the knowing of them is itself a kind of rest, the particular rest that comes from learning something small and specific and good. Passion flower. The name seems excessive for a remedy used in a Victorian pharmacy on a damp London street. It belongs, the name, to tropical places, to the missionaries who named it in South America 3 centuries ago, seeing in the flower's complex structure a symbol of the Passion of Christ. The corona representing the crown of thorns, the tendrils the whips, the 5 stamens the wounds. Religious symbolism aside, passion flower arrived in European medicine in the 17th century and found, steadily, a reputation for the particular sleeplessness caused by an overactive mind. Not the sleeplessness of illness, the sleeplessness of a brain that will not stop turning things over. The brain that will not stop turning things over. Elena has a whole drawer of it. She has, in her 20 years behind the counter, become expert at identifying which kind of sleeplessness a person presents with. The sleeplessness of anxiety is different from the sleeplessness of grief, which is different from the sleeplessness of pain, which is different from the sleeplessness of a mind that has too many thoughts and cannot rank them by importance, and so keeps returning to all of them equally through the small hours. Each requires something different, or a different combination, or a different emphasis. The passion flower drawer is one of the ones most often opened. Hops again, worth returning to, Humulus lupulus, the plant that flavors beer, yes, but also the plant that, dried and placed in a pillow, has a sedative effect that was noticed by farm workers long before any chemist studied it. Hop pickers in the fields of Kent would grow sleepy at the work, and the connection to the plant itself was made and noted and passed down. Elena keeps hops in 2 forms, dried flowers for pillow sachets and tincture for those whose sleeplessness is more stubborn and who need the chemistry delivered more directly. The tincture tastes bitter. Elena warns every patient who receives it. It tastes bitter, drink it quickly, do not sip it. They drink it quickly and they sleep. And California poppy, not opium poppy, not the poppy of laudanum and morphine and the Victorian century's complicated relationship with powerful sedatives, but is Scholzia californica, a mild cousin, its chemistry entirely different and its effects gentle. Elena began stocking it 5 years ago, having read about its use in North American botanical medicine. The flowers are orange in life, brilliant orange, the color of embers, though in the dried state they lose that drama and become a quiet, papery rust. The tincture is mild. She uses it for children, for the elderly, for those whose systems are too sensitive for stronger preparations. She grows a pot of it on the windowsill of the compounding room. In summer, when it flowers, the compounding room has one orange point of brightness against all its dark wood and glass. All of these plants, the lavender, the chamomile, the valerian, the lemon balm, the passion flower, the hops, the California poppy, have something in common beyond their effects. They are all slow. They all work in the direction of slowness. Their chemistry is the chemistry of reduction, reduced activity in the nervous system, reduced urgency in the brain's processing, reduced resistance to the sleep that the body already wants, but that the waking mind keeps interrupting. They are in this the opposite of the city outside. The city runs on urgency. The city is built for speed and transaction and the perpetual generation of the next thing. These plants work in the opposite direction. They have no urgency. They have been growing at their own pace in their own time since long before there were cities, and they will be growing long after cities are done. Sitting in the chair beside Elena's counter, breathing the air of the shop, you have received some of what they offer. You have received slowness. And slowness, at this hour in this dark, is everything. Your breathing is the measure of it. How slow is your breathing now, compared to when you stepped out of the cab on Wren Street and stood in the November rain looking at the door of the shop? How much slower than that was it when you were sitting in the chair with the glass of water? How much slower now here at the top of the building, in the dark, in the rain? Slower, and slower, and the next breath slower still. Elena has gone to sleep. You know this not from any sound, but from the absence of sound. The small movements of a person awake and going about their last tasks have stopped, and the building has settled into its fully nocturnal self. No footsteps, no click of a drawer, no scratch of a pen in the ledger, just the building, its beams, its floors, its old brick walls, the rain on its roof, the air within it carrying its compound of herbs and history. She sleeps when she sleeps completely. This is one of the things her work has taught her, or that her nature always knew, that the only way to do the next day well is to leave it completely at the end of the previous one. She does not lie awake thinking about tomorrow's patients or yesterday's decisions. She closes her eyes and she is gone, and in the morning she is back, and between those two events she is entirely elsewhere, resting in the most fundamental sense. She has earned this. So have you. The herbs in their drawers are breathing. Not literally, dried plants do not breathe, but they continue to release, very slowly, the volatile compounds that constitute their smell and their medicine. They have been doing this since Elena locked the shop, and they will do it until she opens it again in the morning. The slow, continuous, entirely automatic release of what they are into the air of the shop, into the air of the building, into the air of the room where you are lying. You have been breathing it this whole time. Your nervous system has been receiving it this whole time. And it has been doing what it does. Working, quietly and without drama, in the direction of rest. The rain on the roof is lighter now. Not stopped. November rain in London does not stop. It only modulates. But lighter. Perhaps it will be lighter still by morning. Perhaps there will even be a window of pale winter sun in the mid-morning, the kind of sun that London produces in November like a gift, unexpected, not warm enough to do much but beautiful in the way of things that appear briefly against a grey background. Perhaps you will see it. But that is in the morning. The morning is not here. The morning is a long, dark, restful distance away. And between now and then, only this. The room. The dark. The herbs. The rain. Your breathing. In. Out. In. Out. You are there. You have been there for a while. The words have been falling around you like rain, and you have been lying beneath them, and they have been passing through you on their way somewhere else. And you are already in the country that words cannot reach, where the rain cannot follow, where November is just a name for something far away, where the city is just a murmur, where Alina and her herbs and her 50 years of ledgers and her lemon balm infusion filtering through cloth in the dark are part of a world you have, for now, entirely left. You are asleep on Wren Street. You are asleep in London. You are asleep. All well. All well. All well on Wren Street. Sleep. London has been accumulating its dead for 2,000 years. This is not a grim thought, or not only a grim thought. It is also the deepest possible expression of continuity. Beneath the streets of the city, beneath the cobblestones of Wren Street, beneath the paving of the larger roads on either side, beneath the foundations of the buildings, including this one, there are layers. Roman London, its streets and its forums and its bath-houses, buried under the medieval city, which is buried under the Tudor and the Stuart and the Georgian, each one laid atop the last, the city constantly building on its own foundations, constantly becoming more itself. The people who walked this ground when it was Roman would not recognize it now. The people who walked it when it was medieval London would not recognize it. Even the people who walked it 50 years ago, before the apothecary, before the current buildings on the north side of Wren Street, before some of the gas lamps, before many of the things that seem permanent and settled now, would find it changed in ways large and small. And yet it is the same ground, the same earth, the same underlying geology, the same river running through it, the same broad fact of a city at this particular location on this particular island. Alina's grandfather chose this street in 1843 because the rent was affordable and the neighborhood was dense with the kind of working and professional people who would need a pharmaceutical chemist. He was right. They came then and they come now and they will come after Alina too, whoever comes after Alina, because the need does not change even as the people change, even as the buildings change, even as the medicines themselves change. The need to sleep. The need to rest. The need, sometimes, for someone who knows what to do when rest does not come easily, who has a room full of things that help, who will see you at any hour. This need is as old as the city, as old as the people in the city, as old as consciousness itself, which has been trying to find its way to sleep since the first nervous system evolved and began generating the particular quality of wakeful distress that nervous systems can generate when the day has been too long and too demanding, and the night offers too little relief. You are not the first. You will not be the last. But tonight you are the one who is here, in this room, in this rain, in this building that has been helping people for 50 years and will help people for 50 more. The city carries all of this. In its stones, in its ground, in the air above it that has been breathed by every Londoner who has ever lived, and London has had millions of them, across the centuries, all of them breathing this same air, above this same river, in this same latitude, on this same island. The city carries the accumulated fact of human habitation, of people making places for themselves, of people building shelters and shops and churches and bridges and all the rest of it, generation by generation, each one adding their layer to the palimpsest. And in each generation, in each century, the same basic things occurring, people being born and dying, people falling in love and falling out of it, people working and resting, people lying down at the end of a long day and closing their eyes. Closing their eyes. Breathing. Sleeping. You are doing what every Londoner before you has done. You are doing what every person in every city in every century has done at this hour. You are lying down. You are letting the day go. You are trusting the dark. This is not a small thing. It is the most ordinary thing in the world, and it is also the most fundamental. This daily surrender, this nightly return to the body's own processes, this giving up of the waking self and the waking mind and the waking world for the 8 hours or 7 or however many the night provides. Every person who has ever slept has done this. Every person who will ever sleep will do this. And now you are doing it. Right now. The city murmurs. The rain falls. Elena sleeps. The herbs breathe in their drawers. The lemon balm infusion sits in its vessel in the compounding room, patiently completing its chemistry in the dark, ready for morning. And you are already so far gone that these words are becoming sounds rather than meanings, the narrator's voice a murmur like the rain, like the city, like the old building's own quiet voice, all of it blending together into something that is no longer language, but simply presence, warm, constant, entirely safe, entirely yours. Sleep, sleep. You are already there. You are already in the deep place. The words follow you a little way, and then they stop, because words cannot go where you are going, and they know this, and they fall away like the last light falling away at the edge of sleep, which is the softest edge there is, which offers no resistance, which is simply. Sleep on. Wren Street is quiet. London breathes. All well. All well. All well. An end. There is a tradition in old apothecaries, not written down, not formalized, simply the accumulated practice of people who have spent decades opening their doors at all hours, of what might be called the night dispensary. Not a physical thing, not a separate room, simply an understanding that the most important remedies are not in the drawers or the bottles or the compounding room. They are in the space itself, in the warmth that replaces cold, in the chair placed at the right angle, in the glass of water offered without being asked, in the unhurried attention of someone who has seen this before, who knows what it looks like when a person is carrying more than they can comfortably carry, who knows that the first thing to offer is not a remedy but a witness, someone who sees, clearly and without judgment, the state the person is in. Elena offers this every day and twice at night. She offered it to you tonight. You sat in the chair and she looked at you and she said, "You are tired, the deep kind," and you knew she was right, and the knowing of it, the being seen in it, was itself a relief. Not the relief of the thing being fixed, the relief of the thing being acknowledged by someone competent, someone who knew what to do next. She knew what to do next. And she did it. And now you are here. In the morning, you will be rested. Not completely. One night of sleep after a long time of carrying things does not do all the work at once, but more than you were, measurably more. Enough more to make tomorrow navigable, to make the things that need attending to feel attendable, to make the weight that will still be there feel like something you can pick up and carry for another day. This is what sleep does. Not once, not dramatically, but night after night after night. The incremental restoration of a self that the day incrementally depletes. Elena tends her shop and her patients and her herbs. Your body tends you. The mathematics of it, done over weeks and months and years, is the mathematics of a life sustained, not effortlessly, not without cost, but sustainably. Night after night of sleep making day after day of effort possible. Tonight's night making tomorrow's day possible. This night, this dark, this room, this breath you are taking right now, slower than the last. And the one that will come after, slower still. And the one after that. And then the breathing that belongs to sleep, which you will not notice because you will be asleep, which will continue all night without your supervision, which your body has known how to do since the day you were born and will know how to do until the last day, which requires nothing from you except the willingness to stop trying and let it begin. Stop trying. Let it begin. It has already begun. Look, your hands are open, your jaw is unclenched, the muscles of your face have found their resting state, your shoulders are as low as they can go, your legs are heavy and still, Your breath moves in its slow, even, automatic way. You are already asleep. You simply have not noticed yet. Notice it now. There you are. Gone. Safely, completely, restfully gone. Into the night. Into the dark. Into the country that exists only for you, that waits every night with the same patience, that offers every night the same gift, the complete and temporary cessation of the self, the hours of restoration, the return in the morning to a self that is slightly more itself than the one that lay down. Sleep well. Sleep long. Sleep on Wren Street in the November rain, above the apothecary and its herbs, and its 50 years of ledgers, and its lemon balm infusion filtering in the dark. Sleep in London, that old, enormous, indifferent, generous city. Sleep. All well. All well. All well on Wren Street. All well in London. All well.